guys ready?
Yep.
You bet.
All right, this is the September 7th, 2023 meeting of the Victor Valley Union High School District. And at this time, I would like to quickly call this meeting to order. Looks like we have all board members here, Kent, Barbara, myself, Jose, and Rosie. No one's absent. Do we have any community comments? Okay. So we're going to adjourn from here and walk over to the CCR building for about 20 minutes or so, and then we'll come back and continue. So let's take a field tour.
The Esports, the kids are Esports team for Sims over there, and they want to show you about their games.
That sounds good.
Esports teams over there.
I thought they were going to do before the quarter.
I thought it was gonna be
Yeah,
here.
we're gonna go to CCR. They have it all set.
Oh, okay, all right. So Steve Maroof is the one that's, okay,
You
good.
got it first, okay.
Interesting.
Sure we can all make
All right, it looks like we're all seated. Welcome, everybody, to the September 7th, 2023 Victor Valley Union High School District Board meeting. Thank you for coming. I'd like to call the session to order. To report out from closed session, I have a couple items. Agenda item 2.2, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment, Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Resignation, Transfer, Grievance. In closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve a suspension agreement with employee number 19303. Motion was made by Barbara Dew, seconded by Jose Barrios, and this motion passed with all members approving 5-0. The next one is 2.2 Government Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment, Employment Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Resignation, Transfer, Grievance. In closed session, the Board of Education took action to approve Charlene Chavez as a purchasing manager. This motion was made by Rosalio Hinojos, seconded by Barbara Dew, and it also passed unanimously. Do we have anyone to introduce for that position? Okay. At this time, I'm going to look real quick and see if we have any students. We don't, but my favorite student's favorite teacher is here, Mr. Maroof. Would you please lead us in the pledge? My favorite student was Alex Herdline, and his favorite teacher was Mr. Maroof.
Hand over your heart.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I will take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
That was Rosie and Jose. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, that passes unanimously. This time we'll have Resolution 24-04, Hispanic Heritage Month.
Yeah, it's an honor to be able to celebrate the Hispanic Heritage Month. You know, and as I was researching this, a little history behind, the dates of why we celebrate it. The celebration starts in mid-month, September 15th, because it marks the independent anniversary of 5 countries. It's Costa Rica, Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. And it's followed by Mexico's Independence Day on September 16th and Chile's on September 18th. And each year, Americans observe the National Hispanic Heritage Months from these dates by celebrating the history and the cultures and the contributions of American citizens and ancestors who came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And so in front of you is a resolution that really honors Hispanic Heritage Months. And I know at your request, you like each board member and everybody up here on the dais to read a little snippet of that. So I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Well, Heather, can I have you lead us in this resolution?
Okay. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month was proposed in 1968 by U.S. Congressman Edward R. Roybal and enacted into law on August 17, 1988. And
We're getting a lot of feedback. There, it was you.
Where's Dave Bertelson? See how that worked?
See?
Whereas the United States celebrates the National Hispanic Heritage Month for a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending October 15th, which celebrates the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central, and South America. And
Whereas September 15th was chosen as this celebration's start date in order to coincide with the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile observed their Independence Days on September 16th and 18th, respectively. And
Whereas Hispanic and Latino populations have been integral to the priorities of the United States and their contributions to the nation and immeasurable. And
Whereas Hispanic and Latino populations have had a profound and positive influence on our country through their strong commitment to family, faith, hard work, and service, They have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic and multicultural customs of their community. And
Whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, Victor Valley Union High School District recognizes the contributions made and the important presence of Hispanic and Latino Americans to the United States and celebrate their heritage and culture. And
I'm very proud to say, whereas the Hispanic and Latino population continue to make important contributions to our society in American government, business, agriculture, commerce, armed forces, education, the arts, science, and sports, and
whereas based on 2022-23 school year data, the state of California is home to approximately 3,284,788 Hispanic or Latino students from kindergarten through grade 12, which is 56.1% of the student population in California. And
whereas based on 2022-2023 school year data, Victor Valley Union High School District enrolled 7,614 Hispanic or Latino or Latina students from grade 7 through grade 12, which is 70.22% of the student population in the district. And
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Victor Valley Union High School District proclaims the month beginning September 15th and ending October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month and encourages all educational communities to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities adopted this 7th day of September 2023.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for honoring such a large segment of our population. All right, we have
Penny,
a,
if I could just,
yes.
I am wearing a tie from Peru because my aunt is from Peru, so I'm honoring my aunt. My son-in-law is from Mexico, but tough luck. This time it's my aunt from Peru that I'm honoring. I'll honor him next year.
what do you mean tough luck?
Well, I love him, but I've got a Mexican tie too, but it's going to be used next year. This year I'm honoring my aunt.
Well, thank you. All right, so this is to take an action on. Can I entertain a motion in a second?
so moved.
I heard Barbara and Jose. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously. At this time, from Sims, I notice Clarissa's here. Thank you for coming. We're going to have a presentation about the Esports. And Ramoni, will you be sharing that with us?
I will. I'm going to go ahead and start it. So in recent years, as we all know, esports has been kind of the rage for a lot of our students. And we are so happy to share a short presentation of our esport programs at Sims. I will ask Dr. McNally to go ahead and come to the podium, and she's going to introduce her team and then say a few words. Thank you, Dr. McNally.
All right, thank you, Dr. Yee. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, Cabinet, and community members. It is my pleasure to introduce our esports team. The Sims team has become our first official CIF sport in Victor Valley Union High School District. Stephen Maroof, teacher, is our head coach, and I've had the privilege to watch him turn the gaming club into an official sport and recruit students for the team, and he has a vision for our esports program moving forward. Alex Jewell, he is our CMS, and he's one of the newest additions to our team, and he has become the esports assistant coach. His knowledge in gaming technology has helped to elevate our program. Unfortunately, he had an emergency, so he had to leave and could not join us for this part. These are a dynamic duo who have dedicated themselves to helping to support and grow this sport throughout the district. We appreciate the board's support over the last year. I will allow the coach to introduce our students who have participated in a game playing session with our board members earlier this evening. Rocket League and Smash Brothers are the games in which Sims competes with other schools. We're going to take a minute to please watch this 1-minute clip of the game so you have an understanding of the gaming dynamics. Mr. Maroof will provide additional information regarding our esports presentation following the video.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me today. Again, my name is Steve Maroof. I'm the head coach of the Esports team at Coble Institute of Math and Science. Before I really get going, I did want to mention that first video. The things you don't see behind closed doors is the emotion and energy in the room. That was game one against the reigning state champs, Quartz Hills, which we beat them at a last-second buzzer beater. You saw that, and it was the most intense thing I felt all year last year. It's going to be one of the memories I'll hold for the rest of my life. I know my players do too. So thank you again for all this opportunity. We're doing so many great things. Next slide, please. Next one. I think those are McNally's. There should be a blue background for it. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. This all led to our entry to CIF. A few years ago, CIF declared esports a high school sport, and it's still growing in a lot of communities in the high desert, but we're one of the first schools in the high desert to actually join CIF. And I have to kind of address the stigma behind it, because a big thing that we get a lot of time is esports, is it really a sport? It's something we get a lot. And sure, it lacks physicality, but a lot of sports can do that. And what defines a sport? Well, CIF thinks that it's three things: skill, and some of the pro players in esports can compete at 600 to 900 actions per minute. That's a lot. I know my mind can't process that fast. Number two, competition between players and teams. And number three, a defined set of rules, which we have thanks to NAACP. And why NAACP? Well, they were selected because they share a core set of values and mission regarding education-based opportunities for students. NAACP is the North America Scholastic Esports Federation. We want to bring education into the fold. As we all know, tech fields continue to grow. Next slide, please. So our first team was Rocket League. That's what you're seeing highlights of. And we had a little bit of a Cinderella story, so we kind of like to start with that. In our first season, we went 10-0 in our division. We scrimmaged some of the top teams in the nation and even some local universities. We were having trouble finding competition, so we started going to the next level. We did end up beating University New Mexico, but some of the other colleges gave us a good run. And that all led up to the CIF playoffs. 128 teams in a single elimination tournament. 4 wins later, and went on to the CIF quarterfinals against the #1 ranked team, Quartz Hills. Every year CIF's been around, these guys have won it all. They never lose. They're regarded as a top 5 team in the nation. Their players are earning scholarships every year, and they continue to build, and they never saw us coming. We took that match 1 on that buzzer beater, and I think we shook them a little bit. Unfortunately, ended in a match 7, game 7, a best-of-7 series, where they finally knocked us out of the tournament. Honestly, if we didn't see them early in the bracket, we would have went all the way to a state championship. I don't think anyone else gave them competition besides us. Some recognition, we surprised a lot of schools. A lot of schools didn't see us coming, these high desert schools, and a lot of schools had asked me, why are high desert schools so good? And, you know, they made a joke. We don't get that a lot of recognition, right? Keep in mind, these are Division I schools we're playing against. Mater Dei, Quartz Hills, Cathedral High School, Upland, Fontana. So we're playing with the best teams in the state, let alone the nation. Joseph Ontiveros, our team captain, who you guys played with earlier, he actually was recognized as a top 5 player in the state, and he's currently going semi-pro right now. Yeah. Next slide, please. Our other team is the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and they also made it to CIF playoffs, and they got to the 3rd round by beating the 6th-ranked team, Cathedral High School. Nathaniel Gonzalez was regarded as the best Peaches player in the tournament. I would get so many messages from other teams and players just looking to practice against him because he was so talented. Some things we can do now. We can stream games and record, thanks to Mr. Jewell, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. We can record those and place them on our YouTube channel, where you can watch games live or watch later at your own leisure. We even have some parents join in the chat and kind of cheer our players on, which is really exciting for us. Some positive relationships we built with other schools. Oak Hills, right down the street. We look forward to having some local scrimmages with them. St. John's Bosco's and Montclair High School. If you guys remember Mark Orlowski, he's the head coach down there at Montclair, and we had a lot of good talks, and our players got to meet their players, and he's a great guy. Yeah, I miss him, but it's good that we get to compete and see him at this level too. Next slide, please. So where is this all leading? So we had an esports committee yesterday with all the other schools in the district, and a lot of other schools are trying to get into this too. So we want to help integrate other schools while building camaraderie and promote friendly competition. If we can bring everyone to the fold, some of our larger size schools, I think that we can compete at a high level and win one of these tournaments one of these years. It'll also give us local tournament options to play socially and compete live, as they look to add a grand finals live tournament in one of the esports arenas that you see there. This wouldn't happen without Dave. Thank you, Dave, for bringing us all together. He's the one that sets all these meetings up. And, you know, a lot of us, we stick to ourselves, so it's good to have someone bring us all together. Some future benefits we're looking for. Colleges are offering scholarships. They're building esports arenas. They're investing millions of dollars into this, into what's already a billion-dollar industry. The military's even recruiting. They're building their own esports teams, which makes sense because tech fields continue to grow. I mean, you think about the actions per minute these players do, drone pilots comes to mind, right? And so it's a good buy-in for them too. Last slide, please. And, you know, I just want to thank everyone. It's so many people. Dr. Yee, McNally, Sims, McNeese, Bertelson. There's so many people to help bring this together. It's a club that we've been doing for years, but now we're an official sport. Our students have been so excited for this chance to compete. We're all very grateful for the opportunity to be able to share our love, skill, and interest in the field of esports. Thank you all for everything.
And just a final thing that I would like to add, my husband is a teacher and a coach at Upland High School, so when we played them this season and beat them, I went home with a smile on my face. And I'm a very competitive person, so it got pretty ugly that evening. Do you guys have any questions?
No, what a great opportunity we had. Thank you
Steve, thank you for letting
putting
us
that
play
out.
earlier.
Hey,
Yeah, I hope
Steve,
you enjoyed it. None of the guys did too.
I did. I finished in the top 4, so I was.
My favorite part was Dr. Yee. She's like, just keep hitting the B button. I'm a button masher too. I'm a button masher too. The kids don't like it, but it's how I win.
yeah, Steve, what did you say the name was of the coach at Montclair?
Oh, Mark Orlowski.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
He moved to live, be closer to family, but he took over the
I
esports
never
role
knew
there.
he left. He was a great guy.
He sure is. He sure is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
great.
It was so much fun meeting with students. 5.2, our OCR update.
Good evening, Board President, Board members, Executive Cabinet, and audience. It is time for our annual update to the OCR report to bring you up to speed on what our numbers were from last year. Next slide, please. So things we'll be walking away with from today is looking at our 2022-23 demographic data, reviewing that OCR timeline again so everybody knows where we're at, looking at our OCR data, overall suspension data, expulsion breakdown, site suspension data, site demographic suspension data, district referral data, and our goals for this school year. Next slide, please. So this here is our this is our enrollment for last school year. Our last school year numbers, because this is last year's data. So this is last year's demographic data. So it kind of breaks down again for you. You see on here African American students, Hispanic students, our white students, English language learners, students with disabilities, foster students, and homeless students, and those breakdowns by each school site within our district. Last year we had roughly 1,950 African American students across our district at one time or another. We have about 7,704 Hispanic students at last year's time, about 767 white students, about 1,500 roughly English language learners, a little over 1,600 students with disabilities. Our foster kids are about 301, and our homeless students last year were 220. So those are all demographics from last school year. Okay, next slide, please. So here again is that timeline that we became accustomed to from last year. So we're actually now into year 2 at the very end, that year 2 of the resolution. So we have completed 8 of the 12 resolution steps as of now. We are still working, of course, on the professional development, which we'll get into here in a little bit, our MOU with our law enforcement agencies, continuing our data monitoring and diving deeper into our data, our adjustments to our systems. We're continuing to work with consultants to bring in professional development to help support school sites and administration, revising our discipline plans and practices for this upcoming school year based on this year's data, and of course working on site problem of practice plans. So again, what that means basically though is not every school site has the same issues, right? You know, there might be a school site that's got maybe more fights than another site or more bullying or whatever. So what we're doing this year is actually having the sites looking at their data and make a plan based around what their individual referrals might be or fights or whatever suspensions might be. Because again, it's not a one size fits all model, because again, every school site has their own issues and their own referral data patterns. Next slide, please. This here is basically comparing the 2021-22 school data to the 22-23 suspension data. If you look across that number at the top there, you can see that last year, in the first column, the African American students, we had 724 suspensions the prior year, that 21-22 school year. Last year we had 661. So we actually reduced our suspension numbers by 63, which is an 8% decline based on the demographic data. If you look below that, you can also see that we had growth in regards to our number of African American students within the district. We had 1,800 kids roughly in 21-22. Last year we had about 1,950 last year. And with that, you can actually see that's even a better demographic where it shows that we went from 40% of our suspension rate down to 33. So we're able to reduce our suspension rate by roughly 7% of those students. You kind of continue through this slide deck right here. You can see the Hispanic students. The number on the left, we had 835 suspensions last year. 2 years ago, 663 last year. So we reduced our suspension for Hispanic students by 172, which was a 20% decrease. And then you keep going down the line. Now you'll notice on there, we actually were working with the Office of Civil Rights today regarding our white student data. And we got to do some recalibration on that, because if you didn't know, the state of California changed how we actually do ethnicity as well as race. So now when you go on, and some of those might know this, when you go click on something in California, it will say, are you white of a non-Hispanic origin? So it doesn't count anymore as if you're African American, whatever it might be, Chinese, whatever those Asian populations might be. So again, it doesn't do that anymore. So it all lumps them all together. So say you could be white of Hispanic origin. Now that also counts as Hispanic and as white. So we're working on that data, and we'll bring that data to you once we get it kind of cleaned up. We just want to make sure we give you accurate data on it because of that process. And then again, this is all the data for those last 2 years comparison. You can see we're actually going the right direction in a lot of our areas. The only one we want to maybe start targeting, again, not just because because it grew, we want to make sure looking at our English language learner data, it did grow by 5% in our demographic as far as suspensions were concerned, and our foster and our homeless youth also kind of increased a little bit. So we want to kind of take a look at that, see what services we can provide, what other resources they might be missing. So that's some of our targets this year. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question before you get to the next
Sure.
one? Okay, it showed an increase in the number of EL student suspensions.
Mm-hmm.
Any kind of reasoning for that?
No, there's no reasoning. It's just one of those things we're going to have to do. That's one of our projects this year, which is diving deeper into the data to find out, is it from bullying? Is it from fights? Is it from, what is it? Is it vaping? So that's one of our targets this year, is actually to dive deeper into that for those English language learners. What was it? What was the referral? What was the data showing of why that increase?
Because I know when I was a teacher, that would be because security tended to enforce the rules more against them than others, because their parents wouldn't defend them.
And we can take that in note. And that's why we're working those action plans by school site to have them dig deeper in these components. So I appreciate that. That's a good point. Next slide here is our expulsion data. This is actually from when OCR actually started their investigation, a little after, but basically when they started the investigation almost 6 years ago. In 2017-18, we had 88 expulsions that year, then 79, then we had COVID, and then you can kind of see the downward trend after COVID, 38, and then last year we had 22. So we were able to reduce expulsions down by 16, and then suspensions by 179, so both going in the right direction, but still work to be done on both ends of that, so.
I have a question.
Sure.
The 18-19 for expulsions, it has 29/79?
Yeah, on that one, we had talked about it before, and that one's because what we had put in, and this is one of our issues we had with OCR, was they're concerned about our data, the lack of it being accurate. And so what happened is the 29 is what we reported to the state of California, but when we submitted all of our data from Aries to the Office of Civil Rights, they found 79 expulsions. So that's why there's that weird number that year, and we actually go off the 79, not the 29. So for Office of Civil Rights concerns.
Thank you.
Does that help, Ms. Emerson? Okay. Next slide, please. So this here is a breakdown of the expulsion patterns too, for what violations were the most expellable last year. So you can kind of see in 21-22, drugs was the big expulsion category, and weapons were the big expulsion category. Last year, however, though, we had our increase was actually in violence with injury. That was our increase in expulsions last year. and weapons, again, was still number 2. So those were kind of our big areas. And then drugs, selling of drugs, usually the drug one, that's actually selling drugs on campus. That's what the expellable offense usually is. So it did decline, but that's still out there. So it's something we need to be aware of, especially with vaping being so prevalent as it is right now. Next slide, please. So this here is actually a breakdown of the number of suspensions last year. You can kind of tell there, this is the numbers you've seen earlier, but now it tells you by school site. So you can see the number of suspensions. You can see that Hook had 242, Sims was at 22, UP at 9, Lakeview at 389, Victor Valley High School 170, Silverado 366, Adelanto 269. So it goes across the board there. There's the expulsion numbers too, what the expulsions were at last year by what school sites. The yellow data right there is actually the numbers, our suspension expulsion data from the prior year. So you can actually see there are a lot of decreases there. If you go to the far left part, or my right, your left, you see all the green. There's a lot of reductions there. We did see a growth though in suspensions at Lakeview, and that's actually one of our targets this year to find out what happened and what were the processes there. But we do know though with the reduction of class sizes over there in middle school, as well as the reduction of number of kids on that campus, that should hopefully also play a role in that reduction of suspensions at that school site. But again, that's our current data for from last year to the year before. Next slide, please. So this here actually shows you the end of the year breakdown as well by demographic. Okay, so what it looks like here is if you're in the yellow, that means you're in that cautionary area. You're below 50%, but we're headed, if we get above 50%, we're going the wrong way on certain suspension numbers, okay? So as you can see, the special ed population was, again, it's in the yellow. Everybody did a really good job on their suspension numbers for that population of students. Our African American students, you can see that there's some yellow there, there's some white, and then we have a red in there that we got to kind of take a look at this school year as far as what that's going to look like moving forward. Same thing with our Hispanic population of students there. You see that one red number in there. We're going to have to, look at that data a little more closely, do some dives in those areas. And then, of course, our white population, and then our Asian American, Pacific Islander population at the very end there. So that's our demographic breakdown as far as the suspensions are concerned from last year. Any questions on this slide before I go to the next one? No? Okay. Next slide, please. This slide here is actually the breakdown of number of referrals for the entire school year. This basically tells you where our referrals are coming from, either from site level, from teachers, from classified staff. Our biggest issue we have is, again, A1 violations, which is physical contact. It could be fighting, and you can see that our African American students got 229 roughly more referrals than any other student population. So that's something we need to address and look at. But if you look closer to what grade levels did most of those referrals come from?
7th and 8th grade.
7th and 8th. So our target then moving forward for this year is what can we supply those middle school populations to have de-escalation strategies, other tactics for those kids not to resort to fighting right away. So those are, I know, strategies I know the principal's already looking into. You can see also down below defiance. We already talked about that last year. But again, reminding everybody that we were not tracking K violations correctly. That was another reason of the OCR issues with our data was concerning. So this was the first year we actually retracked K violations correctly. So these numbers are going to be a little high, or they're going to be really high because we weren't doing it correctly. So this is our baseline year for that K violation, defiance, and disruption. But you can see, though, that our African American students are receiving a large majority of those. So again, we need to take a hard look at some of our strategies and systems we put in place at school sites to make sure that we are addressing the needs of all of our kids. Any questions on this?
Yeah, for item K on the ed code, isn't that only suspendable by the teachers?
Correct. These are not suspensions in here, Ms. Emerson. These are just referrals. Okay. So yeah, so these are not these are not suspension data. This is just the referral got to the office and something happened. It could have been other means of correction. It could have been a detention. It could have been OCI. That's what that is, though. But these are referrals in those categories alone, though. Other questions? No. All right, so some of our goals, next slide, please, I'm sorry. Some of our goals for this next school year are going to be, we're going to continue to reduce our site suspension rates by 10%. We're going to be doing that by increasing interventions and updating our matrix handbook, which we did over the summer. We're going to do our drill referral data down by school site. We had kind of talked about that already a little bit. So increased targeted support with PBIS, data posted monthly on our district and school websites. And then the last piece, of course, is site-driven improvement plans. So those are our targets this year, and we'll be looking forward to having, improving the trend we're on, but now really hitting home on those demographic components. So that's where we're at for OCR this year, and thank you for your time. And any questions before I leave the podium?
Can this report be linked to our agenda so we can share it with the public and we can access it again, or, because otherwise we don't have it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have it. I was gonna ask you that.
Thank you, nicely done.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll have our guidelines for public comment. We do have some comments, so if you would read the paragraph.
If you wish to address the board on any topic, including any item on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing, my hole punches right through it. By completing a form, a piece of paper, to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those to speak either during the public comment section of the agenda or before the particular item. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentations. Meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes. If substantial numbers of people wish to address the board on one topic, testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board action may not legally be taken on any item not specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such items be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from damage claimed for slander. Public charges or allegations may result in legal actions being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions. It welcomes your participation in the democratic process.
Thank you. Angela, you're up first.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Angela Powers. I am a teacher at Sims. We've had a great start to the school year, and it's amazing to see all that's been accomplished, improved, and added into our district. I was thrilled to hear that the Heritage Program is extending to additional campuses. I know that Dr. Jackson Gerald has put her whole heart and soul into this program, and I love to see it successful and thriving, improving the lives and the futures of our students. I'm also excited to see the future success of the Legacy Program, as I know the lives of many more students will be changed for the better. At the start of the school year, Sims received an email from the College Board informing us that 2 of our students, Daniel Gonzalez and Diana Puente, both received the National Hispanic Recognition Award from the College Board. This award is given to students who have a GPA of at least 3.5 and who have also performed well on their SAT, ACT, or AP exams, and they both earned that as juniors. I was impressed with how quickly the new middle school campus was organized and opened. I know that many middle school teachers, parents, and students are excited that the school is now an option for the community that we serve. I would like to congratulate the negotiations team for finalizing a contract before the end of the school year that it was intended for. I often speak to my father, and at least once during those conversations, he'd bring up the fact that when I was on the board, contract negotiations were always settled on time. So thank you for taking that talking point away from him. It is my hope and the hope of all teachers that this continues to be the case. As we know, our students learn the best when their teachers are the best. And the teachers are the best when they are compensated and treated as the professionals that they are. I was disappointed to learn that there are no carryover monies for any of the schools this year. I understand that budgets are difficult to balance, and as we all know, but I hope that remaining funds will be utilized first and foremost to support the student learning and their safety. When many of you were students, you participated in air raid drills. When I was in high school, I watched the evacuation of Columbine High School after the first televised school shooting incident. Times change. Unfortunately, not always for the better. We are learning how to effectively use the Evolve system at our schools, but materials are needed to make sure that this process is as safe and seamless as possible. I hope that the district will support our school sites in obtaining the necessary items that they need to make this so, without making them take funds from their site budgets. I was also disappointed to hear that the district is not planning on continuing to fund supplies for cleaning and sanitation in our classrooms. Now that COVID is endemic, we should be continuing the practices that we put in place to hamper the spread of this and other viruses. Our students should have access to hand sanitizer, disinfecting wipes, masks, and tissues. This should be the new normal. Our teachers should not have to pay for these supplies. It should be the district that ensures the safety and well-being of all of our students and staff. Teachers already spend hundreds of dollars a year out of their own pockets to ensure that students have access to the materials and comforts that they need in order to be successful in the classroom. We should not be moving backwards on this, but continuing those practices that are the best for the health and safety of our students and staff. I genuinely look forward to all of the amazing things that can and will be accomplished this year. I love my job. I love teaching. I love seeing our students learn and grow and having a small insight into the amazing people that they are blossoming into. I hope that the school board will continue to support our amazing students and staff, giving them all the best opportunities to succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Angela,
We'll be sure that we look into the cleaning supplies, and we'll get back to VVTA on that.
and Angela, congratulations on the recent adoption. For those of you who don't know, she just adopted a new child, so we're very excited about that. So congratulations.
And I'm sure your concerns will be addressed. I saw him writing it down as you were talking. I'm sure they'll be resolved. Jen Longera.
Hi, Angela stole some of my thunder. Thanks. I gotta follow that now. Okay. Good evening, board members and cabinet. My name is Jennifer Longera, and I'm a proud teacher at Adelanto High School. And by the way, as a side note, as of last year, Adelanto's been open for 10 years. And we have our first former student back this year as a teacher. And we have a 2016 graduate back as our athletic trainer. So those of us who have been at the site since the beginning are really proud of Adelanto High School and our students. I just wanted to throw that in there because Mr. Barrios taught at Adelanto High School. I'm a resident of Victorville. Shout out to my board member, Jose. And I am also the second vice president of VVTA. I'm standing here tonight for 4 reasons. I've got a thank you, I've got a shout out, I've got an ask, and I've got some recognition. First, a huge thank you, and I'm sorry I'm a month late on this because I had a doctor's appointment last month, my apologies. A huge thank you to the summer school principals and staff who were absolutely wonderful to work with. I decided to work summer school this year, and I haven't taught it in about 15 years. And I have to say it was a very rewarding experience with the staff and students. I was at AHS with Ms. Rohrbaugh and the amazing staff of both classified and certificated employees who treated this summer school newbie really well. My colleagues at Victor shared that they also had a great experience with Ms. Mayo and her staff. Second, a huge shout out and an invitation to all of you to check out the Adelanto High School bar program. We hear a lot about legacy and we hear amazing things about heritage, but we also have the bar program that's actually been going on for a couple of years. If you're not familiar with bar, it's a transition program for incoming freshmen. And if you know me at all, you know I'm a world history teacher, so why would a 10th grade teacher be talking about a 9th grade program? But the reason I'm bringing it up here is that there have been some really happy, unexpected results in addition to the wonderful student results. I have a new teacher in my department and one that I'm mentoring as part of the district mentor program, and both are a part of the bar program at Adelanto High School. Both have spoken very highly of bar and what it has done for them and our students. Both of these new teachers have told me how much they feel supported by their fellow bar colleagues and Mr. Castillo. Both of these teachers struggled a little bit last year, and seeing them have this support and the confidence it has built in them has been a wonderful, unexpected benefit. The even larger fact is that it has had excellent benefits for our students. I feel this is something that we should be talking about. I am by no means an expert on bar, can't answer any questions, but I highly encourage you, and I'm inviting all of you to, please come out to Adelanto High School, speak with Mr. Castillo, and look at his data. He runs the program with 2 teams, and I want you guys to see what the program's doing for our incoming freshmen, because they seem to be the ones that struggle the most with the high school environment. I did, as a side note, I did tell Mr. Castillo I was going to throw him under the bus today and bring him up at the board meeting, so he is fully aware that I spoke to you guys. And so he's aware, and I'm sure he would absolutely love to share his information and his data with you. I'm just going to piggyback a little bit. I know you said you'd look into it, but I talked to my site secretary, Ms. Chavez, and she said that they were buying, wipes and things for the classrooms. And I don't know why we're using school monies to do that. It should be district monies to buy these kinds of things. I have Chromebooks 5 students touch every single day. I had a little girl today go, Ms. Longera, can you please get me a wipe to clean off the Chromebook? And you could tell it like somebody who had something on their hands and touched it. So the wipes that they're using to clean the Chromebooks are ones that I'm buying myself. And to wipe down the tables. 158 students sit in my class every day. It'd be really great to be able to wipe down the surfaces for them. So I'm going to go simply past that. I know Mike has spoken to Mr. Williford about this. I know he's also spoken to Dr. Yee about this, so that's why I'm bringing it up to the board. Lastly, I want to give a shout out to our admin team, Dr. O, Mr. Castillo, Mrs. Purcell, as well as all the staff at Adelano for dealing with a very interesting week that we had out there. And thank you a lot for allowing me my time, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brianna?
Hi, I'm Brianna Hunt. I'm a SPED teacher here, and I'm the chair for VVTA for the special education. I thought I was going to be coming in hot again today for you guys, but we're not. We have thank yous. So we're moving into a new program, SACE, this year for writing our IEPs, and I don't want to take away from what a mess that is, because it is, but that's a SELPA problem. But your teachers are stressed. But I wanted to say that I'm really happy with this year and the communication that we've already had between the district and the members. I have monthly meetings with Mr. Brunson and now with Mr. Wilford to figure out anything that we can do to support the teachers and stuff, especially with this transition. And I'm really looking forward to it. So I just wanted to come and say thank you.
Michael, when is the SACE system supposed to be implemented, or is that Ramoni who?
It would be me, yes. So it's supposed to be implemented soon, but as you know, at first it was August 25th, and then it's kind of moved into like mid-September. So we're still kind of waiting, but like Brianna alluded to, it's everyone in the high desert who's part of the SELPA. The way in which it was rolled out definitely was not good.
In our district, who's responsible for transferring the information from the current IEP format over to the SACE?
So that is one of the things that I know Pam Bender from the SELPA has worked with superintendents and also us to ensure that we're not going to duplicate efforts, that they're going to be supporting that.
So is SELPA doing the transferring?
I don't know if we're going to trust them. We're going to take care of it. We're going to figure it out ourselves. The teachers aren't going to have to duplicate their work at the end of the day. This is the poorest rollout I've ever seen in my entire life of any system. I don't know what they're going to do when it comes to the end of the year, because we have to upload and submit as a state. Mr. Brunson walked into this, just blindsided to this. It's just a terrible thing, but we ensure that the teachers aren't going to have to duplicate their work. And unfortunately, they're filling it out in PDFs, and it's take us back about 30 years. So it's a mess. Nothing we can do. If we were independent, we could submit it on our own. We would do so. The problem is we have to submit it as a whole SELPA, so it doesn't do us any good to try to rush it and do something because we're all going to have to submit together.
So right now, if an IEP is being done, it's being done on the old format.
It's just being done on the fillable forms.
Okay.
For a new system that are new pages that we've never done before. So it's not.
Progress.
Thank you.
Once it's up and running, we'll work with the teachers to figure out what's the best method to do it. There's no way they even have the personnel to even handle the entire SELPA, and it's just rhetoric that they're passing on to the districts right now. It's an impossibility for them to do it.
Yeah. Brianna, thank you for bringing that up to us. Lakeisha Campbell.
Good evening, everyone. Board members, thank you for having me here today. I'm Lakeisha Campbell, NAACP membership chair. My husband is James Campbell. He's not present today because as I speak, he is in an executive board meeting over at our NAACP office. So I'm going to speak on behalf of him. I just wanted to say thank you to Victor Valley Union School District for your amazing support for our community, for the students, for the teachers, for the faculty, for everyone in the community. You guys are doing an awesome job in your heritage programs, your legacy programs, and just uplifting everyone, regardless of race, ethnicity, sex, gender, or sexual orientation. So we appreciate you. We want you to know that first and foremost. A special shout out and thank you to Dr. Yee and Ms. Penny Edison. I hope I said your name right.
It's close. I'll take it.
As long as you're smiling, right?
On August 27th, we had our NAACP Black Excellence event. It was from 2 to 6 p.m. At that time, we had a community organization event where we recognized a lot of community organizations and businesses in the community. And then we also wanted to give shout outs to scholars from our Victor Valley Union High School District and from Apple Valley Union High School District. So two of our scholars that we recognized from Victor Valley High School District was Odell Wright from Silverado High, and then we had Kyron Harris from Victor Valley High School. We had 3 students from Apple Valley School District as well. So I just want to read, this is from all of the students got called up, they got acknowledged, and they all received an NAACP Certificate of Excellence and a certificate from Congressman Jay Obernolte office. I'm going to read one from Jay Obernolte office. In honor of being recognized as a high school scholar at the Victor Valley NAACP Black Excellence events. Congratulations on your academic success and your continued future and excellence. Okay. This one was for Kyron Harris. He wasn't able to come that evening, so I think a family member took his other certificate, but I do have this one from Congressman Jay Obernolte office. They also received the certificates and goodie bags with things they like: Starbucks, movie theater tickets, credit card, anywhere, gift cards, gift certificates, things that, young adults like. So we just want to say we appreciate you and thank you again for the update on the OCR report. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. And once that report's up on our agenda, then the Campbells and anyone else who'd like to access it can. Thank you for hosting that and honoring our students, not just ours, but from the whole high desert. Thank you for doing that. That was really nice to see the students get that honor. Thank you. Jessica Padilla. Is Jessica here?
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Jessica Padilla, and I am an instructional assistant for special education over at Victor Valley High School. I'm not sure if our audience has ever had experience working with an instructional assistant for special education, but we assist a certificated teacher in a classroom setting with our special education students. And aside from the law aspect of the job, a lot of our responsibilities and duties kind of parallel that of a teacher. The teachers are the constant of the classroom with students. Instructional assistants would be the second constant. Sometimes, inadvertently, what happens is IAs might build a better rapport with students because they're working with a specific group or certain students and they just get familiar. Well, the teacher can continue on with other duties. So part of being an IA or anyone in education constitutes having a need and a want for lifelong learning, especially in education. So what is the purpose of lifelong learning? Lifelong learning is broadly defined as an ongoing voluntary and self-motivated pursuit of knowledge for either personal or professional reasons. It is important for individuals' competitiveness and employability, but it also enhances social inclusion, active citizenship, and personal development. Professional developments allow one to become informed about the most recent developments in our industry and establish connections with other experts outside of our school districts or even our state. So pretty much training, developments, anything for professional growth. So I went back and reviewed conference requests from the past 5 years from our district. And there were hundreds and hundreds of conferences that a lot of my colleagues attended. Some were online, others had really great destinations, like Las Vegas, Reno, Sacramento, Washington, San Diego. Not just conferences, but they also got a chance to attend dinners and even luncheons, which I think it's great. Unfortunately, as an instructional assistant, I am not allowed these opportunities. I did attend one major annual conference for paras last year, and it was the only one I attended in the 7 years of being employed. Of course, I'm always assigned the 8 online videos that get sent out every year, but we're not given time to complete those at work because we're constantly with students. And then we're not being paid to do those at home because we're just not being paid to do those at home. The videos that we're given, they're the same ones, they're repetitive, they're impersonal, and they're expected to be done on our own time. Just this last summer, the DO invited classified staff to attend their Teach to Reach professional learning conference at Adelanto High School, and a lot of us jumped at the opportunity. A lot of the classes offered included many social and emotional learning courses, SEL classes, along with subject-specific classes like the nuts and bolts of math and world languages. Well, when the schedule got sent out, what was pushed to all the IAs was a Google certification class. That's what was recommended. The other choice was a CPI training, which is to properly hold students so that they're not causing harm to themselves or each other, which only works if the student is smaller than your size or if another person helps you that also took the training and is familiar with the techniques. Those were the only two. I stuck to my guns and decided to sign up for one of the SEL courses and some other classes that I really wanted to attend. Right before I was going to attend one of the classes, the teacher presenting the class approached me 5 minutes before start time. And they started off by saying that I was more than welcome to stay, but to be very honest, it was just going to be for teachers. And they were going to talk about the laws and curriculum, and it was just going to be for teachers. But I did get about 5 to 7, but if you really want to stay, you can stay. I was told that several times. I graciously smiled. I thanked the teacher for the information, and I stood there as they walked back into the classroom where they were going to present. Refusing to be discouraged, I decided to make the most of the situation and headed toward the Google certification class, which then turned into just a regular Google class, which then just turned into let's see who's able to log in and get access to the programs. There were some teachers in the class, most of them were IAs, but only some of the teachers were able to even log in. And then actually we all logged in, only some teachers were able to access the material that the instructor needed. So we just sat there playing on Google. So I want to know why classified staff is constantly being pushed into Google classes, Google Suites, Docs, Forms, when we're working with kids. In my qualifications, it says that I am to reinforce instruction, life skills, and social skills to students with learning disabilities. I'm supposed to provide assistance to individuals in a computer lab, mainstream classes. I am supposed to reinforce what has been taught, provide support to the teacher, clerical duties. There's a lot of things that don't mention Google or certification classes. I feel like we're being limited to growth in the district. And if you research it, it is shown that most instructional assistants become some of the best teachers because they're already in the environment, already working with the teachers under a mentor teacher where they could learn. So, in closing, sorry, I have a couple notes. According to the National School Board Association, the right superintendent, along with the right administrative team, along with the right staff, which is appreciated and supported, it results in a quality education program. So I'm asking the board to support classified with proper training and not just pushed into Google classes. I think it's unrealistic and it's unfair. We did receive an email a couple of weeks ago saying that we're going to get a training, and this is what it says. How comfortable are you with Google Suite, Docs, Sheets, Forms? You can choose. I love Google Suite. I love Google Suite, but I'm not sure how to use it in my classroom, or what is Google Suite? The next question on the survey, what program in Google Suite would you like to learn more about? Docs, forms, slides, drawing sheets? The third question, what other topics, programs, or professional development would you like to learn more about? And then you are free to type in whatever. I'm asking the board, please provide proper training. I'm kind of embarrassed as an adult to stand up here and ask for something other than a Google certification class. We deserve better. And like our teacher said, for students to become the best students, they need the best teachers. And I'd like to extend that to the best staff, the best inclusive culture. I just kind of feel like classified is always being pushed back. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments, and we're definitely going to look into the training and everything that you said, and I'm sorry that it even took you to come here to have to do this.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Yee, when we send our teachers to the CTA conferences, like the special ed conference that's coming up, I know that many associations include their classified within their association. Our district in the High Desert, we typically have a CSEA and then an affiliate of CTA, the teachers and the classified. But many of them are combined in their association. So I'm certain that the CTA conference for special ed would be open to classified as well. Is that something that we can consider inviting our classified instructional assistants to?
I can absolutely look into it.
Okay. It's a wonderful conference for SPED teachers, for I'm sure IAs would get a lot out of it, and I don't think there's a Google class offered. I think it's everything but. So it'd be worth looking into. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Jasmine Sandoval.
Hello, everyone. This is my first board meeting. I have a lot to say, but I'm going to shorten as much as possible. CDC reports that 1 in every 36 children has a form of autism. My question, what is the education system putting in place for our special kids? Dr. Yee is aware of multiple situations that we had this beginning of the school year with my son. I have a son that's nonverbal, severe autism, ID, intellectual disability, ADHD, DMDD, disruptive mood dysregulation disorder. On top of all of that, he also has a medical condition. And his safety has put in place when we've already had some safety issues. Telephone issues. Our kids got taken out of one campus and thrown on this campus with no phone line. At the beginning of the school year, they went, our kids have special devices in school for communication, and the internet for our special kids is a lifeline. They need to have it. And they didn't have internet for 3 weeks. It caused some aggression on the side of my son, actually being aggressive with a teacher at Sims. He was only there for about an hour or two. But that wasn't the issue. Internet was there. The issue was here on this campus here at Victor Valley. I don't know how us as parents, we don't have a vote on where our kids get thrown into. My son was at Excelsior, which I chose that program. I went and saw the campus about a year ago. It's like having a 4-bedroom house, and now, hey, next year you're going to be moved to a, studio apartment. This is what our kids had to go through. They had a huge area at Excelsior. It was a huge room. There was another room where they can self-regulate and do their spinning and just disassociate from certain situations they're not comfortable with. And now they're thrown into a small trailer, probably maybe a quarter of this, I don't know. Tiny trailer that they want to put like 20 people, 16 kids and aides into a small tiny trailer. it doesn't work for our kids. And like I said, CDC reports that. I think our education system needs to put something in place to make sure our kids have what they need. No more violations of IEP. My son's 30 days in on the school year and still doesn't have a para, still doesn't have an aide, still doesn't have an ABA. My respite worker dropped him off at school. My son actually chased the vehicle. Luckily, he didn't run out to the street. Like I said, I know, Dr. Yee, you're aware of these situations, but this is like a tragedy waiting to happen with our special kids. And I hope you guys really take a look at our special kids, because our kids don't have a voice. They can't come home and say, hey, Mom, they restrained me and they held me down for an hour till you got here. Because that's what happened at Sims. He can't tell me that because he has no voice. He has no words. He probably has maybe 3 to 5 words. And he's 13 years old, nonverbal, still in a diaper. But he also deserves to have an education and to learn, because I have seen kids on the spectrum be able to communicate, and that's what I want for my son. So, like I said, I want everyone to really take into consideration our special kids that have no voice, to give them a voice, give them the tools that they need to be able to communicate with us, to communicate with the community, to say, hey, I'm frustrated with this, hey, I need this, instead of now they're just thrown over here on the side and forgotten about. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know Dr. Yee looks forward to continuing to work with you, on some of the concerns. So thank you for coming tonight.
All right, thank you all for coming and giving your concerns. We appreciate that. At this time, we'll hear from our bargaining unit, starting with Mike at VVTA.
Hello everyone, my name is Mike Mayo, Victor Valley Teachers Association President. I wanted to go ahead and say thank you for recognizing Hispanic, the Hispanic month, September 15th, October 15th. We have about 2/3 of our student population who we serve that fit into that particular category. Also, we have Constitution Day, that's September 17th. I want to thank the district for opening up conversations about budget stuff before we even have the in discussion of the unaudited actuals. And so I look forward to meeting with them, and also as soon as we get the date, making sure that our team knows, and then we'll be able to send in whoever Jared Nichols chooses. All right. Counselors over at VVHS, I know that I had been in long discussion with them about some issues and things. I appreciate the conversations that I was able to have with Mr. Williford, Dr. Yee, in regards to trying to deal with some of those issues. I know that Dr. Yee, I believe you've already gone over there to speak with Principal Casino. So I appreciate the time that you're taking to do that. And I know that you have, and Mr. Williford's just shared with me that they do have the counselor position already. It has been flown, interviews done, and somebody has been hired. And so I'm glad to see that that's going to be taken care of very quickly, and that's going to bring the counselor caseloads down to where they should be. In regards to SPED, I want to thank Dr. Yee for ensuring that teachers have access to the conference. I want to thank Jessica for coming up and speaking for the IAs. I wasn't aware until last year, and so that's ignorance on my part. I should have known better. But the teachers had been getting some pretty good conferences. I wasn't aware that the instructional aides were not getting those same kinds of trainings. Even if they aren't going to our trainings, they should be trained. And I'm saying that in a selfish way too, because our teachers would love to have well-trained IAs in the classroom. And so I think it was a step in the right direction that IAs were given the opportunity to come to the summer, the professional development days. I do feel that so I think it's a step in the right direction, but at the same time, it needs to be training that's actually going to be very helpful to them. And so putting out a survey that focuses more on what they feel they could use to be better IAs in the classroom, I think would be probably one of the most effective things. So they can tell us what they need to be more efficient inside the classroom. All right. I want to try to get to yes on air conditioning at SHS, so Silverado High School. And I know that there have been steps that have been taken, and I walk past them all the time. In fact, I had one individual who was actually working on and finishing up the roofing over in the 6,000 building of Silverado High School. I was like, oh, you shouldn't be walking through this construction zone. I didn't realize it was a construction zone, and he was actually trapped in between. We had a locked gate on one side, a locked gate on the other side. He had no key to either of them. And so he had the ladder so he can go up and down the roof. He just couldn't get out. And so I was able to let him out. He was thankful for that. And so I know that there's a lot of work that's been done. It looks like the 6,000 is done. I know that there's some more work that needs to be done, 4,000, and it's a matter of supplies. And so that is the only grievance that we have that looks like it may move forward, and it's not because it's something that the site is able to fix immediately, but it's something that is still an issue in our contract under safety language. So if that keeps moving up, understand we have to keep moving it up. All right, I was going to discuss some things on PPE. Angela Powers did a pretty good job of already addressing that, and so I'll leave it where it is, especially given the new strain of COVID. I think it's important that we consider that. Let's see. All right, let's get to this part. I want to go ahead and thank CSEA specifically. Without our classified staff, it would be difficult to get our jobs done, honestly. What are we doing without our classified staff? It would be impossible to do what we do. The reason why I have a working LCD projector in the classroom, I have a smart board that I can go to. If I need whiteboards or whatever, we have people in place to provide us with a lot of these resources. Without the CSEA staff there, my job would look very different. It'd be very demanding, much more demanding than it currently is. They make our lives much easier. And so I just want to say I really do respect classified. There's one thing that I did forget to bring up here. I have one more thing. I would like Tanya Martin, CSEA president. I know you guys are going to be calling her up next anyway, so she might as well come up now. It's blue. So this is for Tanya Martin. We appreciate everything she does for her association. We appreciate CSEA, and this is our way of saying thank you. It's a very small thank you that we can give to them. We really appreciate everything that you do for your association. Thank you very much.
All right. I guess you don't have to introduce me, Penny, because Mike already did.
But Tanya, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, cabinet. I am Tanya Martin, CSEA president. I feel like I have to reintroduce myself because I've been gone away, but I'm sure you guys know I've still been running my mouth. It is a pleasure to be back amongst you all. I would like to extend my warm welcome to everyone. Since I haven't been here since the school year opened, our return has been greatly eventful. I've been here almost every day for the last 2 weeks. So although you haven't seen me in a while, I have been around. CSEA is engaged in some productive negotiations with the district on multiple occasions, and I'm pleased to report that they have been successful. We eagerly anticipate our forthcoming meetings and wish to convey our gratitude to ongoing collaboration with the superintendent and the superintendent of HR. I would like to address the CSEA instructional aid that came up. I just want to tell the board, I haven't brought it to the board, but we've been having a lot of meetings about classified PD for many years. We finally got some training for the campus security. But to piggyback, a lot of times we try not to come to this forum to air our dirty laundry, but since we're here. Instructionals, I've been trying to get them trained probably for 5 years. I had a conversation last year. CSA also puts on a paraeducator conference. I talked to Mr. Coles. He said we would send people, and then 5 people end up going because they said we don't have subs. So I understand that my people get frustrated. They think because a lot of the conversations are happening behind the scenes, but it's true. The classified don't get training. We have over, I think, $160,000 in monies for training, and we don't get it. And it's not that we're not asking for it at negotiations. I met with Yi just 2 weeks ago about it. But the training that they're giving to classified employees, I want to go all the way from maintenance staff of how to use the things that we're supposed to be using to clean, to clerical staff getting updated on stuff. We've been begging for training. And what I get is we don't have subs. So we don't have subs, or people aren't trained, but how can you expect classified employees to do their job effectively and to held to a standard when there's no standard given? So I just want to set out to, you said, Penny, you said, how come classified don't get trained? Because we don't have subs. That's the answer that we get all the time. So no, our kids aren't always getting the best because we don't get the opportunities. Even some of the teachers tell me, invite your parents because they have been part of the Paris, but our people don't get offered. And so I had a conversation with Mr. Coles, and I'm like, and we've been working together to try to get some things done, but when the rubber hits the road, classified is forced to go to work. We can't find sub. So we are put on the back burner. I just don't bring my dirty laundry to the board and do it in board meetings. But the conversations are still happening. We're still not getting training. I'm aware they're not getting training. But what do you do when you keep begging? And I'm working with Mr. Coles. This is the first time I've seen any movement since he's been here. We're finally getting training, so I know we're moving in the right direction. But we do need help because our people aren't trained. Our people aren't doing things effectively because they don't get trained. So I just want to piggyback. Sometimes this isn't the forum for it, but just know that the conversations are happening behind closed doors, but we're not getting training in any area of classified. This is the second year that we've seen security get trained. Other than that, there's no other training happening, so we need it. We're begging for it, and this is probably the 5th year I begged for training with no results. So I just want to put that out there. Penny, you said, how do we get it? We've been begging for year after year with no results. This is the first year we're starting to see the light of day. So if you could help, great. Before I conclude, I want to express my heartfelt thanks to the board, to the superintendent for the unwavering support of classified employees, especially at last year's events. Your presence was truly valued and it didn't go unnoticed. We look forward to seeing you at our end of the year events as we will extend the invitations. And just a shout out to VVTA, we actually have some jerseys on order. I was yelling at my team here. Stephanie was telling them, I told her, tell your siblings, because they always say I'm mama, because my mouth is always the one that travels. And tell your siblings the numbers they want on the back of their jerseys are wrong. So hopefully they're all, I said, all VVTA's board is here. My board is at home. They're like, tonight's the first day of football. And I'm like, well, I don't got no support. And then Stephanie walks in the room. So I'm putting them on blast because they're all watching at home, watching football. Have a good
Thank you. Tanya, it was nice to see you. And you know what, Stephanie's been here a lot. We appreciate that she's here. Thank you, Stephanie. She does. Thank you. At this time, we'll approve the consent agenda items. And Heather, is that only the minutes? All of them? Because when I pulled it up on here, on our agenda, I don't see anything listed under it. So I wonder if maybe...
Well, they're all listed in separate categories for each division.
Okay, for each division.
But it's
Okay.
all it's legal. It's all one vote for all of them.
Okay, so before we vote on that one, I'm just going to go each section to see if there's any questions or polls.
I would just ask because it's all one. Just see if there's any polls or any section,
Okay.
and then just do one vote because if you try to vote individually.
No, I don't want to vote individually. Okay. So at this time, do we have any polls or questions for consent items, either under business services, ed services?
Most of them are answered in closed session.
No. All right, hearing none, then can I please entertain a motion in a
So
second?
moved.
Second.
That was Rosie and Jose. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Moving on to our action items then. Item 11.1, the 21-22 annual audit report.
Okay, so Royce Townsend, partner from Eide Bailey, our audit firm, is here to do a short presentation regarding our 2021-22 annual audit report.
All right, so I'm not sure who's the person who will move it forward.
Yeah, he'll move it forward.
You
just
think it's
tell
me?
him- No, just tell him in the back to move it forward. And
So the man behind the...
Literally behind the scenes.
Exactly. All right, well, I'll ask first that we get the presentation
just
up
doing
on the
the
screen.
present, okay.
Great. All right, well, again, my name is Royce Townsend, and I'm here to present your audited financial statements. That's for the year as of June 30th, 2022. Next slide, please. So I always like to recap what is actually being presented, and it is a report for the audited financial statements. You'll see that I'm noting that the auditor's opinion is part of this. Well, everything in this financial statement report is your information. The only part of the report that is the auditor's is our opinion on the respective areas that we're auditing, which include the financial statements, federal awards, and state compliance. And you'll see in each of those areas, we're also looking at the internal controls that support either compliance or the numbers themselves. Next slide, please. It's always important for the auditor to note that the audit is intended to provide reasonable assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement, and that's in contrast to total assurance. Total assurance would mean that we're looking at every single transaction, and that's not what occurs. The auditor's opinion, I just mentioned it before, but we do have different types of opinions, and the unmodified opinion is the highest level of assurance that can be provided. As a secondary thought process for you as a governing board, just understand that the audit is intended to provide you some assurance as to the information that you get from your business management. As far as the audit itself, there's a lot of risk assessment. The internal control process has to be reviewed every year. And then we utilize a sampling methodology because, once again, we're not looking at every single transaction. So with that said, we'll move to the next slide and we'll talk about the results of the audit. This here is a page from the audit report, and it's called the Summary of Auditor's Results. And what I always like to do is point out that there's, for a document with 100 plus pages, from a governing board's perspective, I would focus on this page and one other schedule that I'll allude to in a moment. Next slide, please. So, as a result, for the Summary of Auditor's Results, and again, I just noted the pages if you're looking at it electronically or if you're looking at a hard copy. As it relates to the financial statements, we have an unmodified opinion. As far as internal controls, we identified a material weakness. We did not identify any significant deficiencies related to the financial statements. For the federal awards, again, an unmodified opinion. We looked at 3 major federal programs, including a number of COVID-19 related programs. There were a material weakness identified in relation to this testing, as well as significant deficiencies that were identified. And then lastly, next page please. For state compliance, we looked at a number of programs, and I'm going to say that the audit guide has grown to maybe 20 or 30 programs that we're required to look at. These 4 programs resulted in a modification, what we call a qualification, because we found issues in them: attendance, independent study, continuation education, and what we call unduplicated local control funding formula pupil count. And as a result, as it relates to these, we had some material weaknesses that were identified, as well as, but we did not identify any significant deficiencies. And in the audit report, the material weaknesses and significant deficiencies that identified would follow these pages. In addition, we have a management letter comment on page 127 that identifies other areas of control deficiencies where we think improvement can be made, and a lot of that, I believe, if not all of it, relates to student body activity. Next slide, please. I mentioned 2 pages in the audit report. The second schedule that I like to note is the schedule of financial trends. And I always like to say that trends provide you a picture of where you've been and where you may be going. And so for me, I would advise the board to focus on the important trends here. A really positive trend was that you had 2 years of the past 3 years where you ended the year with an operating surplus. You are projected, though, to have a deficit with the 22-23 year, although that's not completed yet. The one that trend that I think is probably more disturbing is your available reserves are declining. So as you spend more money than you have coming in, that eats into your available reserves. And again, like I said, the 3-year trend shows that they are declining. Lastly, long-term obligations. These declined significantly over the past 2 years, but a lot of that is due to the increased pension contributions that you are required to pay toward the STRS and PERS pensions. So with that said, I'll let you turn to the last slide. That summarizes the outcome of the audit, and I'm here for any questions that you have related to your audit.
Any questions? No? All right, at this time, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Jose and Barbara. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No abstentions, that passes. Thank you for your report.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you, Royce.
Thank you. Item 11.2, the 22-23 unaudited actuals.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shantae Milton, Assistant Superintendent for Business Services, and I'm presenting to you tonight our unaudited actuals for the 22-23 year. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the preparation of these files and this presentation is so that we can be in compliance with Ed Code Section 42100. We are required by the 15th of September to provide this unaudited financial report to the San Bernardino County Office of Education. So this report really just summarizes what happened in the 22-23 school year. It tells you what revenues we actually ended up receiving, what expenses went out. It shows the changes in the fund balances, and as a result of the changes in the fund balances, we also will have updated beginning balances for the 23-24 school year. Next slide. So this is our reporting cycle for any year. First, we adopt a budget on June 30th of every year. We adopt a budget for the school year. Then we prepare interim financial reports. Our first interim financial report is December 15th of every year, is due by December 15th, second one due by March 15th. During these interim financial reports, we are constantly updating our budget data, updating our projections based on actual activity to that point in the year, just constantly refining that budget piece and presenting it to the board and to the public. Then in the last quarter of the year, we do prepare estimated actuals. We do our best to try to see where we think we will end the year. But now we are here at the unaudited actuals, meaning that all financial activity for the school year, for last school year, is done. And so these numbers that I'm presenting are in fact the numbers as of June 30th, although they have not been audited by our independent auditors yet. Next slide. So our total combined general fund revenue came in at $255.7 million. Our greatest source of revenue is LCFF revenue at 66%. So this is state apportionment revenue that we get, and it's based on our average daily attendance and several other factors like our unduplicated pupil count, et cetera. So followed by our LCFF revenue, we have federal revenues and state revenues that came in fairly evenly at 16 and 15%. Next slide. Total combined expenses for the general fund is $218.1 million. And as you can see from the pie chart, salary and benefits made up 75% of the combined general fund expenditures. However, when we separate that out and look at our unrestricted general fund only, salary and benefits is 86% of our unrestricted general fund. Next slide. This slide, and I'm sorry it's a little difficult to read, but this slide is our general fund summary for 22-23. So again, as we stated, total general fund revenues $255.7 million. So for unrestricted, that was $175 million. Restricted, about $80 million. Expenditures for unrestricted was $125 million. Almost $90 million for restricted. And then, so we have our excess, our deficiency. So we actually have projected excess in both our unrestricted and restricted general funds for last year. For unrestricted, it came in at nearly 19 million, and also nearly 19 million for restricted. And so on the next page, I'll talk a little bit about these numbers kind of in detail. Ending fund balances, which is, one of the most important pieces that we always like to analyze. It helps us to know and to plan how we go forward. But for unrestricted, our total ending fund balance, and that's the key number that we tend to focus on, is nearly 49 million. The undesignated amount of that is a little bit over 42 million, which is a percentage of 22.32%. At second interim, when we presented this data to you, our undesignated at that time was 34.3 million, and a little bit over 16%. Most of those changes that we see between second interim and unaudited actuals are due to, one of the biggest changes was us transferring out the cost of our salary increases for last year from unrestricted to ESSER 3. And that was our plan all along. We wanted to utilize the one-time money, as long as possible in order to save our reserves for a later date. Secondly, we did have actual increases in revenues received. We saw increases in LCFF revenue due to increases in ADA and other increases in other state revenue amounts. Next slide. So these next couple slides really kind of just rehashes that same data, but it just breaks it out into the different categories. So I won't go through this one in detail. Can I have the next slide? This slide is the unrestricted general fund, and so I wanted to talk about this one a little bit more in detail. So again, our LCFF revenues came in at 168 million. Federal revenues about 70,000. Other state revenues 5.3 million. We had local revenues of nearly 2 million, and then we had contributions of 31 million. So contributions are funds that we transferred from unrestricted fund to restricted fund to support some restricted programs. Primarily, those contributions support our special education program and our routine maintenance program. Those are the two largest programs that are supported by these contributions. As expenses, again, you see this to two salary and benefit categories. Again, that's about 86% of our total expenditures for the general fund. And the next largest after salary and benefits is our services and other operating. So these are our contractual obligations, our utility obligations, just other things to keep the district operating. So the beginning balance at the beginning of the year was 37.2 million. The next line you see there is audit adjustments, and that's a very important number. And I'm sure we'll all be digging into that number a little deeper in future, and especially when it comes to first interim, but I just want to explain a little bit about that number. So we just heard in our audit findings for the 21-22, we did have some issues with some of our ADA, some of our independent study. So 4.3 million of revenue was disallowed due to ADA for independent study programs. So that's kind of the bulk of what that $7.2 million adjustment is. This was due to us not having independent study contracts in place for our virtual academy for the 21-22 school year. We had a $1.5 million reduction in the fund balance. This was due to health and welfare benefits that were not properly reflected as an expense in 21-22. Therefore, it was identified by the auditors during the audit, and so we are recognizing that expense in the 22-23 fund balance. And then lastly, the next largest, the third largest category is $1.3 million of LCFF revenue was disallowed. And this was due to us not having the proper meal applications or alternative income forms to support some students that were selected when they did the unduplicated pupil testing. And so moving forward, we have put things in place, we have systems in place to make sure we're capturing and saving all of those forms properly so that when auditors test, we don't have these same errors moving forward. Next slide. This is our restricted general fund budget. And so really, I won't go through this in detail, but what I really want to bring your attention to is that the beginning balance of our restricted fund budget was a little bit over $15 million at the beginning of the year. And by the end of the year, it was at $34 million. This significant growth in our restricted fund balance is primarily due to the district receiving over $18 million for our Learning Recovery Block Grant. And so those funds, we'll see those funds spent down over the next fiscal year. Next 4 fiscal years, excuse me. Those funds expire June 30th of 2028. And so we do have plans to spend down those monies. Next slide. So the next steps in this process is for the board to accept the 22-23 unaudited actual report. And then, as we know, our budget, as we stated, is just really a continuous process. So we look forward to actually presenting and preparing the 23-24 first interim report. We'll be bringing that back December 15th. But as stated earlier by Mike Mayo, there's a lot of work that we'll do between now and then. Our cabinet will be meeting with the associations. We'll be digging through not only the unaudited actuals, but we'll be reviewing projections with our associations so that we're all on board and we all know where we stand as of that date. Next slide. So that is all from me to this evening. Are there any questions?
On your contributions?
Yes.
With your, is that where the special ed funding?
Yes.
So are we up to 33 million now?
No, we're not up to 33 million. Our special ed funding is a significant portion of that, but it's about 25 million.
It's about 25.
About 25 million. The remainder of that, the bulk remainder of that, goes to our routine maintenance fund. So that's where we are obligated to do 3% per year to a routine maintenance.
All right.
Any other questions?
I'm trying to understand the unrestricted general fund, the 31.2 million that you subtracted, or you said is contributions, and then it shows up under restricted general fund, 31.2 million in contributions.
Yes, so the contribution funds go from the unrestricted. So we're using our LCFF revenue. It goes from unrestricted, and we move it over to the restricted fund, restricted programs, primarily to the special ed program and to our routine maintenance program. So you see it in and out, but it nets out to zero when you look at the overall combined general fund.
I'm trying to understand why we took money from there and put it over here. Is it because we didn't have enough funds for that? Yes. For those programs?
Well, for the routine maintenance program, we are obligated by law to contribute 3% of our revenue over to routine maintenance. So that's an obligation under Ed Code that we have to do. For our special education, yes, we do get federal funding for special education, but it's not nearly enough to support our entire special education program. So we have to make a district contribution to it.
Okay. Thank you. And Rosie, I'll just throw that out. That's historical, and every year the state and the federal government says we're going to fund it, we're going to pay for those kids. They always pass laws that make us do more for the special ed kids, which we should,
And that's
but
great,
they
yeah.
never fund it.
That's
And so
super.
we have to take it out, and that'll happen every year, so.
Thank you.
Do this, but we're not giving y'all the money for it.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Then I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Rosie and Jose. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'll say an abstention from Barbara until she returns. Okay.
Just real quick, Shante, thank you to your entire team, to the accountants, to the directors, to everybody to put this together. It's an enormous amount of effort. Appreciate the transparency and the work that we're going to do with the associations and further, with the board. We're in a really good place financially. But it's always this philosophy. It's the decisions we make now when you have money that will impact what we do, down the road. And it's for us to just continue to work together on these aspects. I feel really blessed considering our budget, because a lot of districts use this money to try to dig themselves out of the hole, but it's still one-time funds. So they're going to dig themselves out of a hole for a small period of time. And instead, we're in a good place where we're really kind of moving money around to extend the COVID dollars beyond the 25, 26, 27, 28 school year. And so with the help of the associations, we've really put ourselves in a much better position than many. And it really is the cooperativeness and the being able to transparency, working together, because the last thing we need is, you can see 86% is our money's wrapped up into salaries and benefits. It's a phenomenal, efforts that's been made in this district for years and years for fair compensation, but then the margin of error shrinks. The higher that percentage goes up, the margin of error, when it comes to the compensation, it also decreases with it. In a lot of districts, they don't compensate well, and they sit at 82%, bigger ending fund balances, but they have a greater margin of error than we would have. So I look forward to, continuing to work together on a budget. This is not a district budget or a board budget or an association budget. It really is all of our budgets, and we all have the responsibility for it.
I'd like to take a vote on that again, since we're all here. Rosie made the motion, Jose seconded. All in favor of approving the unaudited actual, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Item 12.1, the LCAP allocation for ASB cards. Ramon?
All right, this is actually a very exciting item, so I'm thrilled to bring it for board approval this evening. Last year, when we went out and solicited feedback with our educational partners through our LCAP forums, there was a resounding interest to really do something for our students, to really get them really connected to our school. That sense of belonging, to have things that they can attend and do, really makes a huge impact on our students. So the decision was made to go ahead and pay for every student to have a free ASB card so they can attend events such as dances, athletic events like football games and basketball games, all for free. And the wonderful thing about it also is this idea of access. For some of our students, like our homeless or foster or low-income students, their families cannot afford these ASB cards. To be able to give that to them is absolutely something that's beautiful. And I know we know it's a lot of money, but listening to our stakeholder groups and so forth, I think providing this and having the board approve it this evening as part of our LCAP funds would be absolutely amazing.
Well, I like the other part that Mr. Cole said, that now the cards, and I believe Silverado does it, they use the card for access to events, so you don't have students that are suspended, expelled, in a heap of trouble, so to speak, attending a game when they shouldn't be there. I think that's a great deal, and as far as student safety, I think that'll be a great improvement. So people, you carry your card. If you want to get in the game, you carry your card. Because that was always the excuse when we had successful ID checks. Oh, I lost my card. Oh, go to student services, get another one. I can't afford it. Oh, go and get another one. And they would lose it day after day. And so your whole system goes kaput. Where this should hopefully be, because a lot of the students want to go to things. And if they don't have your card, hey, sorry.
All right, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Rosie and Jose, any other questions?
Yeah, I think this is a super good for the students. I know I was one of those students that couldn't afford an ASB card when I was going to school, and so I missed a lot of functions. And I think it's great that we do this for our students. And I can see a lot of positive for this.
One other comment. So since everybody will have an ASB card, and athletics is funded out of ASB,
Correct.
does that basically guarantee that the athletic programs at the schools will be guaranteed an income so they can actually do a budget?
Correct. Correct, and it's a
Good.
60-40 split
All
with
right.
ASB
So
and
that's
athletics.
two good things.
There you go.
And didn't you share with us that you're actually reimbursing the district more, or the sites more than what they would have gotten
There's a
from
little
that?
bit more, and you kind of heard it, you know, the ASB is kind of the biggest accounting, you know, issue, so we're gonna take a lot of that away by just funding it ourselves, you know, a big portion of that.
And also will help the audit. Every year, we used to have problems with the audit because of the ASB.
So where you have that
Getting the
pro-
money together, where do we?
No, and it begs to even, like, this is a really good thing that for us to even expand upon later in the community with donations and potentially looking at foundations and stuff to support these type of things and the ongoing. Right now, we have one-time funds, you know, but this is the stuff that, you know, can really generate, you know, community support, you know, that would support all of our students and can kind of unite our efforts with, you know, the
Oh,
community
yeah,
efforts, too.
because they will donate
Yeah.
to schools, and that's a good write-off, at least 15%
And we have
each
plenty of-
year.
We have plenty of receipts.
Right.
All our money.
So we can ask people for money.
Rosie, I'm sorry you couldn't attend those events when you were younger, but I know you're making up for it now,
I
because
sure
you're
am.
all over the place.
I
And you're
sure
wearing
am.
green, and
You bet.
you're showing your spirit, so.
That's right.
I'm glad that you have the opportunity now.
So Ramoni, on that 60-40, you've got that broken down by each school, that's 60-40 you're talking about. So the ASB will get, like, for example, Atalanta will get 66-9, and the athletics will get the 44-6.
Correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that's a positive.
you bet.
Yeah.
Is there some way to get this news back to any of the students that were in your forum last year? I know they heard about it last year, but to remind them that their voice really made a difference. Thank you. All right, hearing no more comments, I'll take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Next,
And we'll make sure all the students are notified of this,
I think they're all,
They
we'll
are,
double check it, but I think. we got it.
especially.
I think they're already in
Especially
the
groups
notes.
like the EL students and special education who sometimes are at the very, very end of the information pipeline.
Yeah, we have a principals meeting on Monday, we can just reassure that that's happening.
okay. This time we'll discuss the certificated personnel report, 13.1. Mike?
So yes, the report is rather lengthy. If you guys have any questions or any of the objectives in there, I'll gladly answer those questions for you.
And it was long, but if it takes half a year already, you got it taken care of, instead of having to amend it every meeting, so hey, pay me now or pay me later.
All right.
And I just want to say, as I visit different schools, and I've gotten a lot of positive feedback, Mike mentioned the fact of the counselor over at Victor, but the beautiful thing about that is that we had more kids enrolled than we anticipated. But you immediately got on it, and we'd appreciate that. And we were there, and then we had too many kids, which is a beautiful problem to have. So thank you for that, because that is important. And hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have some more problem, have to hire some more teachers. So that'd be a good problem too to have. So thank you.
All right, hearing no more questions or comments, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Kent and Jose, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously. And Mike, will you please tell us about the classified personnel report?
Sure, the classified report has about 19 pages in it. Again, it's making sure that, kind of like Kent's alluding to, make sure positions are set up and everything for the year. I'll gladly answer any questions you might have on any of those subcategories within there.
I actually do.
Sure.
Okay, the mental health clinic
Clinicians?
at UP.
Mm-hmm.
So do the other schools have a mental health clinic?
So yes, okay, let's these are two different questions. So you're talking about the wellness room, right? The mental health clinic.
Well, I think it said just mental health clinic. I don't know if it said wellness room.
Because where's that at in the? I know we're hiring clinicians.
University prep. And I didn't write the exact item on it. It's easier to look when I'm sitting at the lake looking at the computer. Reading under pressure, yeah.
Well, this would have, the personnel report would have only been personnel.
Correct.
I don't think it would have been the wellness room.
No, the only thing I can think of, Mr. Barrios, you might be talking about the career guidance technician. That is for UP.
No, no,
Nope.
it
Okay.
wasn't a career center person, because they need that, and they need this too, but, you know, they've been needing a full-time career center person for a long time. Well, poop.
Is that
Well, you got,
item
you got
108?
nine B.
Item 9B.
9B is the mental health clinicians. We're adding one at each of the comprehensive sites, which was built into the budget before the June adoption. This is the putting them together, and then the one right below is the career guidance technician at UP.
Here it is, okay.
He's looking at
No,
10B.
no, it wasn't that.
Could it be one, or 10, what is that, 10B maybe?
Well, mental health clinician, but I could have swore UP was in the description. No?
Did this change since our agenda review? Okay.
Okay, well, that's fine, because, you know, I'll look at it again, because I could have swore it said the other thing. I can't hear, but I still got my brain part of it. Okay, well, anyway, that's all right.
Are there any other?
Are these mental health clinicians, are they gonna be assigned a certain office or group of offices or whatever to run their program?
Yeah, so right now, currently at the 3 comprehensives, there's already a mental health clinician already assigned to each of those 3 sites. But because of the enrollment of over 2,000 students, you know, that's why we brought back the LCAP to give each of those sites an additional mental health clinician. And they already have extra offices built into the campus to support those new clinicians.
Okay, and one other question, it's a 239-day assignment, so during the summer, are they gonna be developing programs and doing that sort of thing, because there's no students?
Correct. The objective behind their summer hours is they're supposed to be developing curriculum for the next school year, suicide prevention workshops, providing other interventions over the summer, so.
Well, obviously, we need suicide prevention workshops
Mhm.
because it's happening. All right, thank you.
All right, can I entertain a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
That was Rosie and Jose. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Action item 14.1, the naming of the VVUHSD Administration Building at Victor High School. Before this one, I'm going to do a little bit backwards. I would like to entertain a motion.
Yes. After our committee meeting yesterday afternoon, and in accordance with the wishes of the Diaz family, I very proudly move that the administration building at our Victor Valley High School be named the Lieutenant Colonel Felix G. Diaz Administration Building.
I second it.
And a second by Kent. Can I have Carl speak to this motion?
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I think it is a testament to, you know, no way to take a step back and to do this, but it really was a great opportunity to put a community together, and I know Mike, you know, did a great job working with the board and the family, and it's an honor for us to be able to name that building and make that recommendation to you guys, so.
Any questions or comments?
I'd just like to say one thing really quickly, because I see him sitting back there. Cliff, I'd never met Cliff before. We had the first committee, and he and I are sitting next to each other, and we both were able to give 3 names, and he and I had 2 of the exact same names. And of course, Felix was one of them. And I just want to thank him because he's as brilliant as I am. So thank you for doing that, and for all your years of service also in the Sheriff's Department. Thank you so much for that too. But thank you for that because he gave me a lot of insights I didn't know about Felix. And I sat next to Felix for 26 years. He ran the clock and I announced the football games, and he taught me a lot about him. And Margaret, thank you for all that you've done, and you've just got such a wonderful spirit. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And your family too. You got a wonderful family.
All right, at this time, I'll ask for all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. And thank you to his family for a person who really impacted our community and helped our district, and most of all, helped our students. Thank
You
you
know
very
that-
much. Thank you. We
You know,
are
that
proud
we're
to honor him.
Working on a date, so as soon as everything's solidified, we'll make sure that the board's aware of it, so that we, get the plaque and everything up and do it right.
Okay, and we'll make sure to invite all the community and the family.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your patience and everything. This has been a long process. We appreciate it.
I think from what I know of him, he would have liked being on the Victor Valley High School campus.
Oh, yeah.
That would
Oh,
have been
yeah.
impactful.
Things worked out the way they were supposed to.
Yeah.
Very much so.
All right, item 15.1, we have a public hearing, determination of sufficiency of instructional materials. Ramoni, would you
Yes.
speak to that?
So annually, the governing board of the Victor Valley Union High School District, in order to comply with the requirements of Ed Code 60119, they must hold a public hearing on or before the 8th week of school, and through a resolution process determine that each student in our district has a textbook and instructional materials that are outlined in the law. Sufficient textbooks and instructional materials mean that books and materials were provided to each student, including English learners that are aligned to the academic content standards in the 4 content areas of math, science, history, and English language arts.
All right, so shall I open the public hearing and allow for comments?
We opened it for you at 7:38.
Okay. Any
You opened
comments,
it.
either from us or the community? Would you like to also close it for us?
No.
Okay, then I'll close it.
You need a motion and a second.
Okay, all in favor, or no, excuse me, who would like to motion and who would like to
So
second? Kent
Second.
and Jose. All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. This time we'll have information or discussion items in the 16.1 through 16.5 category. Any questions
Did
or
you-
comments?
Did you, oh, never mind.
15.2, do we have to do that also?
Yeah.
Yeah. 15.2.
The resolution.
I think it was the whole group.
That's
but-
what I just did right after closing.
Yeah.
She did both? Okay.
Oh, did you? I'm
I
sorry.
missed it.
Kent and Jose made the motion in second, and then we all approved.
So we did
They did it.
15.1
She
and
did it
15.2.
Yeah,
I'm
15,
sorry.
once you got to do that.
She didn't
Okay,
understand.
staff report, 17.1 through 4. Any comments or questions? All right, board member comments. Jose?
Okay, well,
I think she's.
we'll start off on a sadder note.
I'm sorry.
We skipped the,
Oh, I'm so sorry. Staff reports. I am so sorry.
Oh, that's.
Business
okay.
services.
You guys will be uplifting.
I just asked if anybody had any
Oh,
questions
okay.
for 16.
She meant 16, not 17.
No, I made a mistake and I said 17.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now I'm gonna go back and fix it.
As soon as you
So-
went over the staff reports and you went right over them, each
Yeah.
one, you noticed they went like this, we're like.
Yeah, we were like,
And now you're bringing
wow.
it back to us.
They already closed their books.
Shanti, you're on the hot seat. Business services.
Wow.
So,
meant
business
16.
services, obviously, over the last few weeks, we've been very busy closing our books for the 22-23 year. We also have had the auditors out for a visit already for the 22-23 year. So far, I'm pleased with the progress that we're making in that audit. We'll be bringing that audit to you guys on December 15th as well, when we bring the first interim report. And then a bit of good news, I just want to report that facilities, Brett Jurgensen has been working very close with Principal Casino down at Victor Valley High School. We're working on some pretty big beautification projects at Victor Valley High School, and so we look forward in the next couple of board meetings bringing some very exciting projects just to make some more usable space. Really freshen up, some areas that really need to be freshened up. So I'm just very excited. Brett's been working with an architect, been working with the administration down there, and I look forward in the next couple of meetings to be bringing more information and some project data for you guys. That's all I have from business services.
Okay. And ed services, Dr. Yee?
Well, September is a very special month, not only because it's Hispanic Heritage Month, but also because there are some special birthdays. So just wanted to wish Rosie a happy birthday, whether it's September 1st or the 4th. It's celebrated all month. Also, tomorrow's Heather Pauling's birthday, so happy birthday, Heather.
Oh, happy birthday.
And my daughter's turning 17 also on the 9th, which is
Oh,
this Saturday.
bless you.
So, lots of great things happening. Also, we've been attending a lot of the Heritage and Legacy Parent Kickoff. I want to personally thank Rosie for being there yesterday at the Victor Valley one. We had a great turnout. Thank you for your words, and so that was really, really special. Thank you. And then also, too, just a special thank you, and I think she left already, but Mrs. Campbell and Mr. Campbell and the work that they do in the community to support all of our students, and to be able to have a couple of our students be recognized at the Black Excellence event a few weeks ago was very nice. So I just wanted to personally thank her and the NAACP for their efforts in supporting us. And thank you, Penny, for being there as well, too. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our Human Resources Division?
I'd just like to thank the SIM students for their presentation earlier with the Esports, as well as just congratulate the Felix Diaz family on the naming. We are already entered September, and the unions have been really great with problem solving, so I just want to wish a thank you to Tanya and Mike for all your support as we work through different situations, and I look forward to a great rest of the month. So thank you all, and go Detroit.
Go Detroit.
Put his mic off.
Don't mind him.
That's what it is. I'm looking at the game.
Yeah, that figures.
We'll take a break from looking at the
Let
game
it
and
break
tell us
from looking-
about legislation, Barbara.
Well, it's not a lot going on, except for right now, they're trying to get everything out of the suspense file by September 14th. They're working on the bills that would go to appropriations that would be more than $150,000 a piece. There's about 3 or 4 that they're working on right now, so it's not really a big deal. The other thing is the federal level is now talking about safety and transportation. So safety, transportation, and also food. They're looking at those areas at the federal level. But hopefully, when all these bills go up, the governor will sign some of them into place so that we can have them. Some of them have to do with, one of them has to do with teacher shortage, as well as, what's the other thing they were talking about? Oh, mental health. That's a huge area. Many of them are sending up bills for mental health because they think that's the problem that we're having, so to speak, in schools and that area. So now, the governor has been pressured to sign some of the money that he gives to the regular agencies over to schools now. So hopefully he will sign a bill that will help us out with that area too, with mental health. Okay, and that's about it.
Okay. Jose, now your comments.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay, well, again, I hate to be the first one to come be a downer, but, again, we have to mourn a student who passed away just recently, and this just again adds to what I've said for a long time. We need to have something in our curriculum dealing with things like suicide, drugs, et cetera, like we used to have in health education. Not just a 2-day section we have in our psychology class or, our social studies class, that sort of thing. So the students, it's still gonna happen, but at least the students will know that there is somebody they can go to, there is somebody they can maybe get support from, and maybe it can prevent some of these unfortunate incidents, all right? Now back to the lighter side, okay? The E-games, yeah, it was pretty good, but for those of us that grew up with, Pac-Man and Pong, I don't know, me and, Penny, yeah, she was right by me. Me and Penny, I don't think we'll be able to make the JVs anytime soon in this Esport thing, all right? All right. Now, the thing about the cleaning supplies and all that sort of stuff, I I hear we are, we aren't, we hear we are. But from what I remember, since, I was kind of around the places a lot that time, it seemed like we had warehouses of wipes and, hand sanitizer. Maybe we don't have it anymore, but if not, I know there's probably a lot of people that have those things in their garage because we over-ordered. And even the district admitted we over-ordered. So that might be able to jumpstart supplying people with that stuff, all right? So that was kind of my little idea. And we just are, we're well into the new year. It may not seem like it, but, we're going strong. It's probably time for academic warnings by now, and next thing will be report cards, and then all the fun begins. So we have a few things. We've had a few little bumps in the road. Our superintendent was sick, and now he's back ready at the helm to lead the charge. And if there's any little bumps, I think our staff can handle any of it, all right? There's nothing that we haven't overcome yet, knock on wood, all right? So I look forward to some good stuff and more good news, and no more bad news. Okay, it's not allowed.
So my son said, "Do you ever text him good things?"
Yeah.
All right, Kent.
First of all, I'd like to say to the instructional assistant, not being able to go to conferences, limit your growth and stuff like that, absolutely true. And one of the things that we've talked to the superintendent about this year is becoming more inclusive as a family. My wife is a substitute teacher. She never gets invited to anything in this district. She's a persona non grata in this district. You're a substitute teacher. You're called upon every day to deal with unruly students, because if most of you are like I was when I was in high school and I had a substitute, I was not the model child. That was a day that you could play around and stuff like that, and you misbehaved. And so a sub goes in there and has to do that stuff, and yet they're never invited to anything. This year, for the first time ever, we did invite the subs to come to an activity. And we need to expand that more. And we need to continue to do that. We need to have the subs for our instructional aides and everybody. I know as a principal, if my custodian was out, it was like, oh well, tough luck. Today let's hope no kid throws up or anything like that, because you don't get a sub for one day with instruction, with a custodian or something. So we do need to take care of stuff like that, and we need to look at that. So we will be talking about that. We are trying to change and become more inclusive for all our staff. And I love the comment, and I think Mike piggybacked on this, but if you want to know what they need, ask them. They do the job, okay? If you want to know what I need, ask me. But if you want to know what a maintenance worker needs, ask the maintenance worker. Ask an instructional aide. They can tell, and we've got to listen to that. So I think I forgot. Did you come up with some kind of a questionnaire or something?
That was Tanya.
Okay, Tanya. I don't know. Anyhow, Tanya, thank you. But okay, he can have it. But I think that's a great idea. Come up with a questionnaire and ask people, what do you need for your job? Okay. Don't ask me. Ask the person who's doing the job, and I think that's wonderful. To the SPED mother, I know she's gone now, but she said that her children need a voice. Every child needs a voice, but particularly those who may not be able to speak or something like that, they definitely need a voice. And Rose just mentioned that briefly. It is frustrating in education that you get all these laws, and we do things because we need to do things, and then they don't fund you. And so then you have to take money out of other areas. And it's very frustrating. And sooner or later, the state of California and the federal government, I hope, I'm an optimist, will pull it together and they'll say, hey, here's a law that we passed. We are going to fund it. As of now, not even close. Millions and millions of dollars off. So hopefully that'll happen. Sanitation supplies. A lot of people spoke about that. Shoot, if we'd had those sanitation supplies, maybe our soup wouldn't have been out. He would have been ill.
Yeah.
He may have gotten
cleaned his
okay.
desk.
But I will say this, that, and I'm going to state this as a school board member, then I've stated this for 40 some odd years as a teacher. Teachers should not pay for classroom supplies for students. I'm going to state that. That should come from our supplies. And last time I went to 99-cent store, my gosh, the bottles of sanitizer now, it used to be like this for 99 cents. Now it's like this. I know the prices come down.
They're not 99 cents either.
Well, okay, it's not, but they still call it 99-cent store. But anyhow, it's $1.29. But even so, it's grown. So I know we can do that. And teachers should be able to go to the district and say, look, I need these things for my kids. Because I agree, whether, the kid before you may have had a runny nose, wiped his nose, touched the stuff, and then you've got to, that's sick. So anyhow, we will. Keisha's left, but I want to thank Keisha and James for their excellent work in the NAACP. They're doing a wonderful job. I meet with them regularly. We talk about things, we discuss things, and they're so positive, and I'm so grateful for that. And I want them to know that. Thanks for the CSEA, Tanya, and your job. I love the thing, we don't have subs. Well, that's no excuse. We've got to overcome that. We've got to figure it out. We're smart enough. We've got the personnel with your people and everyone in the district. We can figure that out. And finally, then, Shante, you inherited a mess. Okay, we've got a ways to go. We're not out of the woods yet. Okay, but I want to thank you for improving the budget process. When I look over the budget, and I did this for years and years with VVTA. It's nice to be able to look at the budget and say, yeah, most of that, and I just so you know, your projection for next year, I'm not 100% on board with you, but I never will be, and you'll probably be right and I'll be wrong, but that's not the point. The point is you're very open, you're very honest about it, and I really appreciate that, so thank you so much, and we're going to get there, I have no doubt. And final thing then, I'm going to sing happy birthday, Rose and Heather. So if you guys want to join me. But I'm singing happy birthday because that's what I do. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rosie and Heather. Happy birthday to you. And many more. Happy birthday, guys.
Thank you.
Barbara.
And soon it will be my husband's birthday, so that adds to it. First of all, I want to thank us for naming the building after the Diaz family, or Mr. Diaz, which is really great because he's been here so long, very, very long time. And also I want to thank the Esports. I'm glad that they came, and I'm glad that they're in the CIF. I mean, this is really cool. I mean, I think they will be the ones that will beat everybody. I really do. Since the sport is now CIF, so that's a good thing. And also, I want to thank Sims for doing it, the School of Sims. I hope that all of our schools get in tune with that and end up doing that because it's a real commodity. I always end up in the wrong places like Twitch, or whatever that place is.
Comic-Con.
Comic-Con.
With your sneakers.
Here I am. I'm going, where am I? Anyway, but this is great. Absolutely great because the kids, when I retired, they're called the Alpha Kids. And the Alpha Kids are this. This is what they came in with. So I know that we are headed in another direction. We also are going to have different types of jobs that kids have. They won't have the jobs that we have every day. They'll have different types of jobs, especially with AI and all the rest of the things that are going on. Mental health is the hugest issue right now for everybody in the United States. Federally and statewide and county. Everybody's talking about mental health for kids. So we're not the only school that's having any kind of problems. It's all schools within the United States now are having some sort of problem, whether it's with safety, whether it's with just things happening on their campus. But kids are having some sort of breakdown that everybody now in the legislature want to do something about mental health. The other thing is that he was talking about changes, lawsuits in our state of California and the federal level changes laws. That's how we get those laws that you wonder why we get these laws, and then they don't allocate the money for them. Like our special ed, which is $25 million in the hole. Because they mandate that we do all these things for special ed, but then they do not give us the funding to even deal with it, or to do what we need to do with our students. And so we end up having to use other monies, the contributions that she was talking about, instead of using the money that they're supposed to have sent. San Bernardino and Riverside has sued several times, at least twice, to try to get some of that money that we need in our area. But we are a little bit successful, but we're never successful enough to have enough of the funding coming in. So that leaves a lot of districts out there scrambling around for money. San Bernardino City is $58 million in the hole. We're 25 million. So all of us are all trying to figure that out. But whenever we go back there, we try to get more money each time for our kids. The Campbells are doing a pretty good job, even though they live in Apple Valley, with the NAACP in trying to ensure that we are successful. Of course, OCR, hopefully we will get that resolved eventually. The only thing I want to see, like I said, is a breakdown ethnically of our staff to make sure that we can say we're not just 2 or 3. We got 2 or 3 here, 2 or 3 there, so we can at least be positive about that. Okay. And basically, that's it. I like the idea. I went to the chamber meeting yesterday. They now have truck driving. If you want to learn how to drive a truck, they have semi-truck driving now. You can learn that at the
VVC.
VVC.
They've got 'em
And
parked
now
on Bear Valley
also, if you want to be a barber or you want to do hair, they have that now. They have that program added on there. So there's several things out there. When you're teaching to your kids, have them go and take a look at the VVC and see what's going on out there, because they've added in some more, and they're finally at 10,000 students. Of course, we have more. We've got 11,000, but they're finally at 10,000 students, so that's a positive as well. And basically, that's it. And thanks, guys, for hanging in there for everything that you're doing. This year seemed to have started out correctly, but then we have some mishaps with some of our kids, things that have happened to our kids. I don't like kids to feel like they don't have anything left, and things that happen to them and things they do to themselves. But we got to make sure we're in tune with what's happening to our students. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you, Barbara. Rosie?
First, I'd like to thank everybody for being here tonight, especially those of you that stuck around to the end. Appreciate it. I want to thank the Diaz family, especially waiting this long, and after what we went through the first go around. I'm glad they understood our position and what happened, but I'm glad that we were able to do something at Victor Valley High. I think that was one of his favorite schools, and it was I think it worked out just right for him. And thanks to the Felix Diaz family that attended our committee meetings, and we were finally able to do something, and now we're just working on the date so we can make sure we do it right. I want to thank Sims for their esports presentation, as well as allowing us to attempt to play their games. I never knew which guy was mine. All I saw was a bunch of guys jumping around. Dr. Yee says, "Which one's yours?" I don't know. And then the young student says, "Oh, you've been dead for 5 minutes." But it's
champion guy.
but it's certainly very interesting, and my gosh, I can see how you can get addicted to that. Now I know why my grandsons won't let me play with them either. Our condolences to the family of our student. You know, I'm sure it's rough on them, and it's really sad to hear, and I hope that we're able to like you said, Jose, something to help our students not reach that point.
We had it before, but now
It's,
we have a 2-day.
Yeah, it's really
2 days in the summer and things like that. It's like,
Yeah.
no.
it's really a shame. I want to congratulate our principals and their staff at Victor, Lakeview, and Larea on their very successful back-to-school nights, their events. I was able to attend those 3. I missed out on the other schools because we were gone. Unfortunately, you can't make everything that's going on, but I was really it was really nice to see all the parents and the students there. The principals and the staff, they went all out to, and especially the teachers, going through the classrooms and talking to the teachers one-on-one and what they're doing and their curriculum and how excited they are to get the year going and the students they have, and then sitting there in the classroom and listening to them talk to the parents and about their student and how they're progressing and what's going on in their classroom and what they expect of the student and what they expect of the parents. It was really I really enjoyed that, especially having the opportunity FaceTime one-on-one with the teachers. It's always nice to meet our current teachers that have come back, as well as the new teachers. They're all excited and they're glad to be in our district. I had the opportunity to attend the Heritage program last night, the presentation for the parents and the students, and I tell you what, Mr. Lillard, our site coordinator there at Victor Valley, by the time he got through with his presentation, I was ready to sign up. He's so enthusiastic about this program. You can't help but think this is going to be a success. The parents that were there, I mean, it was standing room only. It was really good to see, and it's good to see that they take the interest with their students, their children, to help them, because bottom line, they're an integral part of that system, and if they don't get involved, then the kids are not going to get themselves involved. So it was really good to see the parents there and the enthusiasm that they had to get their kids going on this program. What a super program! I missed out on going to Adelanto and Silverado, but I'm glad I went to Victor's, because it's a great program, and I'm glad that we have that program going. I think. Our students. When do we get our students back from the schools to? Oh, good. Yeah, I missed that. It's always good to hear our students tell us about what's going on in their schools. One thing I did also at Lakeview they had our new system set up, our security system, the Evolve Express security system. And I got to tell you, that was pretty impressive. I expected to see a long line of kids, students, and parents waiting to get through there, but there was no problem. They just come through, and the way it worked, it's the best. I think it's the best investment that we could have made. And I also appreciate the letter that went out to the parents, explaining about that system. It's a great letter. It explains it thoroughly, and I think it's very positive, and it works great. Super system. So thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Rosie.
Penny.
I'd like to commend and thank everyone who had a part, which were many, many people, Brett and everyone else, for opening up Lorea, because it really shows how people working together can accomplish great things. The tone on all of our campuses, because of class size reduction, really seems to have a calming, peaceful effect. It seems like our students are doing very well and happy, and our teachers seem to be really pleased with the smaller class size, and I think that will pay off all along the way. I was wondering, as we did the esports presentation this afternoon, last year at Lakeview, we got to honor some students who created their own video games and even were recognized at the state level. And I wondered if there's any way that we could have those two groups meet each other. Because when I talked to the young man, when I too was not doing well in the video game, I just decided to talk to him instead.
Yeah, put a ringer in. is what
But
you
he
did.
didn't even know that we had students in other video clubs that created their own video games. And so if there's some way that we can, I don't know, have them come and visit at their games, that would be great. And it sounds like our new purchasing manager has some things to purchase for our sites to keep our students safe and hopefully take that burden off of the teachers to help our students maintain their health as well as our staff. I was wondering, when we do the online safety training, can we make sure that our classified are doing it during their contract time? So I don't know if it's maybe.
Look at the bargaining unit.
Okay. And also, when we have the Summer Institute, can we make sure that we offer classes that are not Google, and maybe even offer the opportunities to teach classes for our CSEA members, because I'm sure that they have a wealth of information to share, so to include them in that Summer Institute training. And I want to thank everyone for your great start to the new school year, all the hard work that you do, our administration, our classified, our teachers. Mike, it was really nice that you guys gave not only a jersey to Mr. Coles at opening day, but to Tanya tonight. That was really nice. And Tanya, it's really nice to see you. Angela, congratulations. As happy as this is, I'm just sad that there's not a grandpa close by, like for the first child, because I know how much he enjoyed that bond with your child. And congratulations. So thank you, everyone. I'll turn this over to our 6th board member, Carl.
Just really, the same condolences go out to the family of the student. It's the worst text and the worst phone calls I get, and then to relay it, and the pain that it gets all of us, I can't even imagine what that is for the family. So, prayers and blessings for them. Happy birthday to Rosie and Heather. Hope you guys have a great birthday month. Keep extending it out as long as possible. And just I think it's a reminder. Monday, September 11th, been 22 years, and I had an opportunity this year to visit. Really ground zero, and one of the great learning lessons I walked away with. There was a window washer named Jan DeVore, and he was stuck in the tower, and he was stuck there with 4 other people in his elevator, and they pried open the elevator door, and they used the squeegee that he had to basically go through sheet wall, and he used the end of it. And he just kept digging, and he kept digging, and he kept digging, and eventually they broke free, and they made it down. I think it was 42 floors down, and they had no idea what was going on. They were in the dark the entire time. They just know something wasn't right, and they weren't going to wait. They weren't going to sit and wait. And everybody in that elevator got out about minute 30 before the building collapsed. when I thought about it, and he happened to be there when I was there. He goes and he talks about it. He was already done talking about it when I saw him, but he was there. And when you think about the decisions that we make, nowhere are they maybe the magnitude of the events of that day. But not all tragedy comes out of these events. There's some really good things and lessons that we can learn from it. And from a leadership perspective, not everything's going to go well. It isn't going to go perfect. And if the expectations for any of the things that we put in place is to be perfect, then I think we've kind of missed that mark. Waiting too long until we finally have a perfect scenario, that's not fair to the students we have now. And so it's finding that correct balance. And I'm just kind of reminded of that story with September 11th, right around the corner, that, you know what, if we work together as a team and we pick each other up and we do this in a manner that really stays focused on the 11,500 students who count on us every day, we can remind ourselves of that event, that we don't need to wait. We don't need to wait for the perfect opportunity. That we all have the opportunity to act, and sometimes the time to act is now. And so with the team that we have, the associations and the board, it may seem lighthearted. We talk about some really serious things, and we take care of some really serious business. But it's a good reminder, what you see in this room, how light it is, and we're still taking care of real business. That is not common. Look at any Orange County district right now. And you see this, that's not common. And really our focus still continues to be on the students and their families who count on us every day. So I think Monday is a good kind of reminder of Yom Tavor and the events of that day, but really there's a lot of good leadership pieces that kind of came out of that day. And so I hope everybody a great rest of September, and we'll be back at it here in another month. So that's all I got.
All right, thank you. Well, we have no need to go back into closed session, so at this time, I will entertain a motion and a second to adjourn this meeting. Jose and Kent, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here.